Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to another stream. Hopefully you're having a good day. Gonna be doing more of the Bazaar, as per usual. We are going to do our very best. We might even play some Dooley today. I think we can show him a little bit of love. All things considering, because we've been skipping out on him quite a bit. Just because a lot of his it's just not really fun to play him, but I think we're going to do a full hero cycle today at the very least, and maybe get in like 1 to 2 runs of another hero or so, kind of depending on how things go. But yeah, hopefully it's a good day today for you all. Another Thursday. Still trying to figure out the meta, as the title suggests. Excuse me. I've gotten a little better in terms of, well, not better, but I'm a little more confident with Mac and how he works. Still pretty inconsistent with his new expansion, but things are looking up. Things are getting a little bit better. Let me go ahead and get that up. That's my computer. That's not you. Just launching the Bazaar. There was a maintenance patch yesterday. It was really just for server stability, I believe. No major changes to items or anything like that. I didn't even see any patch notes or anything of that nature. So I think I'm going to go ahead and just get the ball rolling. Let me go ahead and start that. And once that's up, I will go ahead and switch over. But yeah, chill. Oh, did it just crash? It just crashed. I've never had that happen before. That's wild. Well, so much for maintenance. Alright, looks like it's coming up now, so I'm gonna go ahead and switch over. Alright. Excuse me. I think I'll make myself a little bit more prominent on screen today. Get that idle tail animation going. So last game we had recovered our gems to just under 10,000. I've got a bunch of chests that I had earned since we pretty much brought it down to under 10. Oh, excuse me, gotta sneeze. Oh man, I hate that. I hate not sneezing when you need to sneeze, because then sneeze is going to be random. There it is. I just had to mute myself, because normally when I sneeze, I usually sneeze more than 2 or 3 times in a row. That time it was just the one, so that's good. Been playing a little bit today. Already got all my challenges done, and I did not check to see what the new item is. New bank. Nah. There's a new card back. I think I'm gonna get it because it's one time only, so why not? I have the gems to spare, it'll be fine. And so I am now gold 2 on the ranked ladder. Not that it matters, but it's actually becoming increasingly difficult to consistent with wins. The way that the meta currently works is that you pretty much need to start winning early and then just basically never lose. Or lose not often. Heavy virus. I'm curious. That may not work in my favor, so sure.
I think you're really gonna enjoy that.
This has got a bunch of small items, so I should virus at least one of them. And then once drill catches up, it'll just decimate him in one hit. There we go. 15 seconds, that's it is a lot. I do believe the cooldown does go down with upgrades, I think. Alright. I don't like re-rolling at the four cost shops. It's really expensive. I will go ahead. 15. Does it actually go down? It's like 14. Okay. So it's like 11 seconds a diamond, maybe? Alright, yeah. I think virus is a little too slow at the start. But, okay. I might get one virus in, maybe? Maybe two.
Another step closer to the formula of life.
Doesn't really work on Mac, but it's kind of interesting. I don't know. I like it, and at the same time, I do kind of worry how good it actually is. If anything, I kind of dig my own grave using it. So, oh look, it's actually at 0. Crazy.
Nothing tiny, nothing huge. All about moderation.
Micro Dave 3.
Just toss that on my back and I'll trot it to your door.
This build, I do not believe, beats Warrior. Sadly, so I'm not gonna make level 3. Which is kind of what we need, but yeah, not this time. It's gonna be pretty rough, all things considering. Still not really sure what core I'm gonna go for. Maybe ignition, I don't know. Okay. That's good enough. 13.2. Weak point detector.
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it. Whoever said
That's a nice one.
class had neither.
Shall I gift wrap it for you? I think that suits you beautifully.
Slows or freezes. Yeah, we'll just leave it at that for now. I really do love this dually skin, even though it's like silver. It is really fun. Ooh, just got burn skills. Okay. Question is, can I get at least one more hit in with the drill? Alright. Good, that win is actually huge. I wish I won my first one, especially with dually. It's pretty critical. Dually doesn't really live past day 10 if you get there at all, so... Oops. That is at 4. That is good enough.
If I don't have what you need, I'll help you find who does.
Motherboard, race Carl. Something that would be like schematics or something. Sword. Satcom.
Oh, delivery's
It's an extra friend a day, so... Oh, we did not get burn core. Wow. I go companion, I guess.
People first, profit 10.
Yes, I can.
Now, if that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund.
Okay. Slow. Alright, hopefully that works. Probably fine here.
They're everywhere.
Power outage!
Alright. Weapons. I think I'm gonna go Mountain Pass. Loot items. Land. And crit. %, crit. Freebie. Blast doors. I might try to transform the scrap. We'll see. This guy got burned though, I'm probably dead. He's got more health than I do too. Yeah, we've got a nice burst, but the oh, good crit. 10% chance to crit. That was really lucky. Wow. Okay. I will take those. Yeah, I think I want to upgrade the SATCOM so we can start getting some silver buddies. Just a friend to the right. Mantis shrimp.
Take your time. I'm pretty laid back.
I don't know. Is this better than drill right now? I mean, drill charges off of anything. This is specifically haste. I'll pass on it for the moment. You freeze. This gains 3 poison. Well, this gains haste. This gains 5 poison for the fight. Oh, right. This, Monitor Lizard changed. I'll try Monitor Lizard.
Home, but people thought it was weird.
There's the transform event. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever, it's fine. I should be okay here. I've got 3 mediums. It's got quite a bit more life than I do, but our burst should be good. Along with the fact that it's gonna basically kill itself.
Your settings are incompatible with the Hexa software.
Oh, good morning, Rainbow. How are you doing? Hopefully you're having a good day. Thanks for stopping by the stream again, as always. I appreciate the caps good morning. It's like a strong cup of coffee. So nice drop by during work. Yes, I love having you by whenever you can stop by, so thank you. I need to wake myself up. Oh no, is it one of those days?
Buyer's remorse never. Be remorseless.
Hopefully you're far enough along on the work day today.
I'm so glad
you know?
to see you again, sir.
3. We can do better. Can wait a bit.
Every factory hand's job.
My training is about letting go of what holds you down.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You poison your items, gain crit, 20 damage. Go with crit. It's marginal, but it could make the difference. Yes, bugs.
If you knew my true purpose,
All the
you would
bugs.
stand aside.
It's bugs or fire. I think he has more burst than I do, so I'm probably in a decent amount of trouble. Or not. Do you know when the Baker Lady's coming out? I want to come back for. I'm not sure. They haven't released a timeline on that yet. That is the next hero that I want too. So I hope they'll be releasing her soon. Maybe like summer. That would be really nice if that were the case. That's good enough. Non-weapons are slow. Not really the friend we were looking for there.
I would spar with you.
But yeah, she seems cool. So I would really like her to be the next hero as opposed to the engineer mechanic lady. Plus, I think actually using items related to food would bring a lot of eyes into the game and make it a lot more interesting. We currently really don't have like a meta that works with that, so hopefully we can get Petrifying Gaze here. It'll be nice for the drill. Ooh, this is gonna be close. Oof, tie. I'll take ties. I mean, it was up against a gold monster, but that kind of has me worried a little. Toxic Clockwork Blades. 3%. 3%'s good. Medium and large. I don't know if I'll be putting Microdave back in, so I'll kind of hold off on that. We can find a DJ to replace the companion core, that would be nice. Let's get some gold. Since Dooley doesn't really have a way of building gold as far as like an engine or what have you.
If it's not right for you, bring it back. I want you to be happy.
Gold sword.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Hopefully we can get a lucky crit or two. Submarine, katana. Oh god, and he has iceberg too. Ugh. It's not good. It's really bad for me. Yeah. Too much shield generation. The iceberg is annoying enough. That's going to stop me from doing anything significant, so fortunately this is it for me.
I paint my ship red, but I don't.
It's too bad. Because the build itself actually isn't super strong. It's just really annoying. Not really something I appreciate, but it is what it is, I guess.
Peaceful, punish the warful. You're listening to your
Yeah, not really that great.
I guess.
Come on in. Let's chat.
That's nice. 13 seconds. So yeah, it's 1 second per
So, how about this weather?
per activation, it looks like, or per upgrade rather. Yeah, mosquito. We actually want the skill. Because of plasma grenade and also neurotoxin isn't that bad. Drill's my only weapon, so fortunately neurotoxin's gonna have to eat up a space. But I do get it. Got insect wing instead. 11.8. 11.1. Okay.
I pay well for mid-sized things. Reasonable sized things.
Slow 1 for 3. Kinda wish we had the spider. Mantis.
That's how a master merchant makes a sale.
Slow freeze. Burn. Haste. Jason item burns. Yeah, we really do need the what's it called? DJ.
Not what I'd call tasteful, but very well.
Silver or lower? Actually, what does Monitor Lizard get for upgrades? Let me check. Monitor. Just the amount of poison that increases.
Well,
In that case, I'll upgrade the Wasp.
that's some masculine craft.
Since bronze is going to be pretty hard to find.
Just taking the first step toward good taste. Oh, I understand.
Pretty unfortunate.
This isn't for everyone.
Just nothing from shops.
You do see these tusks, right?
Fixer upper, claw, scarf. Let's have crit, 8% chance to crit. Oh boy. Fortunately, I don't put enough poison on to survive, so I just lose.
Get down. Eyes on the prize.
Guess I don't have scaling for the drill, which is in itself a problem.
Slow your enemies, and their rage resembles peace.
Heavy duct tape.
Linger in your moments. Lie languid in the river of time.
Rocket boots. That's actually kind of a big deal. No, I cannot beat Ghost Pepper. Not even sure if I can beat Jack here. I'll try.
Visitor, how delicious.
I don't know, maybe we get Poppy Field. I'll pivot to weapons. I know, right? I'm sorry too.
I am not.
I was like, I'll give Dooley another chance. Maybe we'll find something cool. And it's like, nope, it's just bugs. Just bugs.
Small things remind me of seeds, acorns.
I started with Heavy Virus. And then I just stopped using it after day 1 because it was bad. No Dualtron and no large items, because why would a medium and large item shop give me large items?
If I found out you've been slowing the Tower District traffic.
They are cute. Chameleons eat bugs. Best virus is restorative, yeah. Tool? Rolling pin. Maybe I'll keep that around to transform. It's a Mac that barely lost maybe 1 to 2 games. Oh. I'm pretty much dead. Yeah.
There is always a price for knowledge. You have just given it.
Oh, man. What a shocker. Surprise, surprise.
Size dilutes the brain. Mind is highly concentrated. Tell
Maybe.
everyone you got it here.
Hey, there's Spider.
You're a smart one for your size.
Haste are slow. Let's do something like that. Still need to find DJ. What's in the update? Honestly, I'm pretty sure it was just a server stability patch. I didn't see any patch notes go up or anything like that, so unless they stealth buffed and or nerfed stuff, nothing changed.
Not many come. Even fewer leave.
Fortunately or unfortunately, I don't know. Rumor has it that Jabalian Drum is on the nerf warpath soon.
Back to the patch.
Because it's too strong, even though it's a super rare item. So we'll see how that goes.
Sale, no sale. I want what's right for you.
Can't even really afford that, but sure.
To offer a free ride home.
I don't even know what that does. Does it do anything, or is that just, oh, it does lower cooldown. That's cool. Let's go loot maybe CDR. Crit. Give him more crit, why not? Large items. Okay.
This is talking fast.
3D printer. Railgun. Look at that. No Dualtron. Yes. I have 2 cats. That was Yuki the girl. I'm not sure. Oh, they're not there. They wanted in for something. I don't know what. Oh, look, another silk scarf build. Along with Kyo's shit. Oh. That's bad.
You can learn a lot from losing.
Look at that. Slow Pig beats one of Dooley's best builds. What a mistake it was to play Dooley today.
Let me brighten them. From mundane to magnificent.
Heavy's nice. Sure.
The Bazaar is.
I don't know if I even make it to level 10. Oh no, I should make it to level 10. You have one dog? Aw. How long have you had your dog? My cats have been with me for 5 years? Something like that. 2 years old. Oh. That's nice. I think it's nice to have furry friends. Oof, I'm not even sure if I'd be Bloodreef Captain. I guess I'll go here. Oh, what's the other cat's name? Did I miss it? Well, they're both white, so the girl is Yuki and the boy's name is Blizzard. Oddly enough, they both kind of their namesakes is kind of like how they are personality wise. Like Blizzard is kind of chaotic and Yuki is like gentle, kind of, if that makes sense.
Greetings, old friend.
But yeah.
I'm pleased to finally meet you.
Shield, maybe?
What I've seen.
Oh.
Even a glimpse.
Turbo. Oh man. That's kind of lame.
Discounts for peace.
Yeah. They're brother and sister from the same litter. Robotic factory. Can I even afford a robotic factory? 8, 12, 34, 42, 44, 46. Seriously, I'm one short. Damn. Or I'm too short. I guess I would sell off one of the bugs. I guess it would be the wasp. Alright, I'm going for it.
I can feel our energies resonate.
Okay. Poison. Let's see. Haste or slow. Alright. Temporary boost. This will go for health. Maybe I'll survive. Uh-oh. 3 when Vanessa has died. Has an extra enchant. Just like me. Pufferfish, Shark Ray. Oof. Fiery Pufferfish too. I think I'm actually dead.
You've got talent.
Wow.
You should put it
Barely
toward
cleared.
nobler use.
least we're not walking away empty-handed. That's good. Non-weapons or dig site. I'll go dig site. Maybe we'll find something good. You gain burn. Ugh. Yeah, I mean, it would have been nice. Actually, that might be good. That's funny.
The desert wind is warm perfume.
I think another problem with this build is I don't have start a combat haste. If I had start a combat haste, it would probably go a lot better.
Return to the Bazaar. Do not corrupt us.
Sure, Cobweb sells slivers, but she's not.
When you freeze, your items gain crit. First time you slow freeze 1.
It's
Sure.
hard to dislike a paying customer, but I'm up to the challenge.
Sell slow bug and put drill in the middle. I was thinking about that, yeah.
Oh, hello. I mean, welcome to, on behalf of the Grand Society of, Mr.
10.1.
Thanks.
The Bazaar's a crazy place, right?
Do I pivot into Dualtron? I don't know. I feel like this is bait. You know what? I rarely get Dualtron, so fine.
Do you have to leave already?
Even if I lose this next combat. Very big bug, yeah. It's another dually. Oh god, it's fire. Probably dead. It's got more health than me too. Oh god, and he has Obsidian Firefly. Huh. Alright. Well, it's nice that he has the 2x multicast too.
The smaller the portions, the finer the meal. You
Okay.
buy that? I mean, excellent choice.
I couldn't even afford the upgrades, so that would be pointless. I'll just get Regen instead. Can I even survive the octopus? I don't think so. I think I'll Trash Titan because we could get Juggler. If we get Juggler, that would be really good. That would just increase how fast Dualtron goes off, so... Nice 12% crit there, buddy. Aw. One can dream. Small and large. Sure.
Grand Society of Master Merchants welcomes you.
Hey, look who it is. Easter slow, Easter slow. Poison. Slower freeze. Burn.
I've got 4 legs because I carry.
Starting my bugs run was shopping for a good starting enchant in normals, and the god said no. So healing bug it is. Healing bug is actually really good.
Greetings.
Getting restorative on like any of them is usually a huge difference maker. Oh, look who decided to finally show up. Well,
As you free me, I will free others.
the question here is, do I swap out for that? More synergy? Haste slow, poison burn. Freeze. Sure.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Vanessa, Iceberg, Long John, Shiny. Holy shit. 13% crit. Ugh. Oh.
Bravery without
Wow.
strength is a sword without a blade.
Double crit. Oh, man. All because he had a better reaching summit. Heavy iceberg, too. Jesus. Well, there you go. The difference was he crit and I did not. Sadly, this is what bugs gets you these days. Barely any chests. Sad. Alright, and because I'm in gold, I don't even get a blip now. I believe I start getting those at 7 or 8 wins? I think 7 wins. Okay, it's time to open some chests. And oddly enough, that was one of my more successful dually runs in a while, so yay for me. Some skin for character that I don't already have? No? Ooh, this is new. Gold bank. Might switch that out in a second. Oh. Got a ticket. Diamond card skin. Diamond Atlas Stone. Alright, that's pretty funny. Yep. Big stone. Yep. Yeah, 0.0001% chance to get 10,000 gems. All right, well let's equip our new bank. I do like the one that I currently have, but we'll go with that.
Success.
Sure. I guess we'll go in ascending order today. Gold skill, what do we got? These are shit. I'll go with that. Because we will probably end up weapon spamming.
I want what's right for you.
Okay.
The people thought it was weird.
I can't even afford that because of the reroll, huh? Fine. This guy's got 100 health. Okay. He also has long john, so if we can pick up an early upgrade, that's going to help us a lot. Wow. Crit off 12%. Okay.
Already? We barely got off.
Ah, come on. We can't even go there because we have nothing.
How do you hugelings use these things? On behalf of the Grand Society of blah blah blah, bye!
This is going to be a rough one, I can tell. Rana. I mean, what are the odds that I even survive this combat? Fine.
Go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this more fun. I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Not likely. Shovel. Shielded revolver. Pelt. Well, actually, maybe. There is a chance, especially if I crit. I need to get in at least a crit. If he doesn't crit, hope he doesn't. Okay. Wow, didn't crit a single time. That's actually incredible. Crit. Fine.
Like my
Oh, that was
says at
lucky.
the bar. Another round.
We ran into the exact Vanessa that we needed to. to make sure that this keeps going. I really wish we would have gotten that Longshot upgrade. We could be into the 200 damage range by now. This is when I gain gold, huh?
Full sail, my boy.
More crit, yeah.
Real confidence to let a kid train you. I'm impressed.
$18.
Discounts for peace.
Okay.
You are not. But I'm glad you bought this.
8.5. Let's be real. Warrior is not happening, and neither is Scrapper. So we're just gonna take the wins that we can, so that we can make sure that we build damage on this thing. I need to find a star chart.
Was that even a battle? Maybe a skirmish.
Oh, perfect. That is great. 10, 9.4, 8. Nice. Small and large. Okay.
Right. Back to business. You see that
Sure.
bargain? That's how it's done.
Ray. $24.
My fight isn't with you. But if you insist, you should know I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Also, Long John. Whew. And grenade. 73% chance to crit. Yeesh. And he crit. Because of course. And I didn't crit, so I
Fall
died.
like a boulder. I flow like a wave.
Well, that's a setback.
Reuse, recycle, relax.
Okay.
Now that's a bargain.
Get that as well. Oh. 9.4. So it should be 7.8.
Warms my rusty circuits to see that find on. That's been sitting there 20 years, waiting for you.
Missing out on that win is pretty
Ride
big.
that tide!
Reward the peaceful, punish the warful.
That doesn't help at all. Wow, I just wish I wasn't poor. Okay.
Feel our energies resonating.
7.4. Scrapper's probably fine now.
as spineless as a jellyfish.
That's nice, actually.
You've just taken the first step toward good taste.
Weights. Actually, that was kind of dumb. There was an edge case for weights. Damn.
Oh, I understand. Class isn't for everyone.
If you can't be the fastest shot, be the fastest relay. Just trying to look at
Nah. Too poor.
Go ahead.
Another Vanessa.
Underestimate me. It makes this more fun. We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with
Looks like
nobody.
solo weapons. Katana. It's problematic. Which means I have to crit. That's the only way I can win.
Land legs make you predictable. You move in straight lines.
Man, that is so lame. God.
All things in moderation. Life and business.
Wow. Terrible.
No worse.
Now this is how you win a war. Feel the difference? That's some masking craft.
Sure.
I say, they don't make these like they used to.
Dervishes, strike like a sandstorm.
See, now we've fallen into the trap where we banked so much on Long John, but just did not get supporting items. So now we are in a really bad position because we're on day 4 and we've only won once.
You have the metal to be a dervish.
Just close your eyes and grab something. While you're doing your part to clean up the bazaar. Trash is tragedy. Reuse everything.
Fortunately, I don't think I can reroll here. It's a bit too expensive. Three loot. Not terrible. $9.1, $8.5, $6.8. Getting better, but
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
You are a child to me, and I will punish you.
oof. Yeah, I don't know. If I'm lucky to survive to the second hit, I would still need to crit twice. Didn't crit. Am I even gonna get a second hit?
You are merely a step on the ladder I must climb.
Wow, this is not good.
There's a special promotion today. Everything is for sale.
Eels. I pivot to eels. Yeah.
The more you buy, the the more you save. It's just math.
This isn't our moment, but I'll be here when it is.
Yeah.
We made progress today. I'm proud of you.
We need to find a crow's nest. Like ASAP. I think I'll go here because we could get a cloak. I think we also need to look for a card table.
I really don't like this job.
Probably get an obsidian enchant on here too. Of course it's goggles.
I'm just your guide. The beasties are your teachers.
Wow. All of these actually suck, so I'm not gonna take anything. Just go for the XP.
Go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this more fun. You should
3
know
win Vanessa.
I'm a bit of a legend on Palago.
Weapon spam, it looks like. 1 Fang has lifesteal. Yeah. And it doesn't matter.
Rally, men! Blades to the wind!
Wow. So good.
I would never debase my wares by haggling. Ugh.
That does literally nothing.
If you want cheap junk, go see Curio.
Ah, a friend. I mean, a customer.
Haste vehicle, charge tool, reload 1 ammo, weapon gains 20. Useless. Also, nothing that helps.
I should lower my prices.
Oh, this is going well. Have basically had no power scaling since like day 3. Shops have been barren. Crit 3 times at 20%. Oh boy.
Yataria? The Dunes? Where shall we start?
No.
That
Sure.
belongs in a museum, but I guess you can keep it. Cast aside your deathstruments! Use that for the good of all.
just enough space for not it. Simply amazing. I guess not.
My fight isn't with you.
Okay.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Long shot. 33% chance to crit.
I paint my ship red, but I don't use
33% chance to crit. Crits on the first hit. Man, you can't make this shit up.
Feel this now. Follow it to your future.
I'll just do that.
The cleaner the blade, the quicker the fight. Let's take the tyrant's whole kingdom!
When you're ready, I'm here for you. When you're ready, I'll send you to Orlin. But I'll keep you as long as I can.
Oh, I was like, how'd I get that?
It's just straight boulders. This is more fun. Whatever that is for, I hope it pleases you.
60% chance to crit. Fine.
Size dilutes the brain. Mind is highly concentrated. Ugh.
Nope.
Window shoppers.
Sure.
For the Bazaar Defense Corps!
I'll probably do another Vanessa run after this because this was actually just atrocious and terrible.
This isn't over, dirtbag. War never is.
Dishwasher. I don't think I have the interactivity for Charles. Cool.
Full sail, my boy!
Ice cubes. We do have slow.
If you could feel it, this thick, slow river, you'd understand.
Freeze 1 for 2, slow 2 for 3.
You are a very slow learner. Wonderful.
okay.
Hmm.
It was nice to see you.
Go ahead.
Pig.
Underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
My dreams are too big for you to steal.
Oh, it's Square Pig. Shit.
Next time, I'll show you what I learned.
It's kind of a surprise. Trade health for power?
All of us have made this choice. Will you?
That's a lot of health. Is Shoal the one with the... Yeah, it is the slow. Okay. Phew. Okay.
See that plank? Walk it.
Catfish.
Ride that tide!
Man, you gotta stop giving me those cinders. Not really be needing them.
Any good fights lately? Oh, I do miss it. All my weapons have been tested in battle. Have you?
Well, let's go for some skills.
Since you have come to me.
Slow 3 items for 3. Sure. Pig.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobodies.
I should warn you, I'm not like other Jabarians.
This looks like a region build. Yep. It's gonna aim to lock me out, essentially.
I can see you're going places, but I'm chasing you.
I need to find that that one item, the sniper scope. Yeah, I need to find the custom scope. It's a small item, but I don't know exactly.
Nothing tiny, nothing huge.
all of
where I'll be looking for it at in specific.
See that mountain? That's Pole.
Can basically replace the chum. Platform. I think. Mantis shrimped out at 5. Got offered Dualtron at Diamond. Couldn't afford. Yeah, it do be like that, unfortunately. I don't know, Dooley just feels bad to play. He's just not fun. Like, there's no joy or fulfillment. It's like whenever I crit slow. Yeah. 1 item for 4.
The smaller the portions, the finer the meal.
Nice.
Whoever said money can't buy class had neither.
No custom scope. Pig.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
My people believe in...
Not surprised seeing Pig all the way here at the top. Beast of Burden. Uh-oh. It's not good.
And I still lost.
I mean, if we keep running into slow guys, might be okay. Although we're in day 10 now, so day 10 means nothing but scary things.
Little sentient slow shops. So I opened one.
Nah.
I will be there long after you are gone, and so will I.
Medium and large.
As a GSM and master merchant, I can sell you things.
Multicast.
Where's Midsworth? Oh, did he see me close a deal?
I mean, Eels is like 6, right? It feels really weird doing that. Well, we do have a monster fight here, so we'll just give it a try and see what it looks like. That's not bad, actually. It's a good target to hit. Wow.
I won't fight that war anymore, but I'll teach you how.
These suck.
That's all I've got. Move along.
Well, howdy, hero. It warms my rusty circuits to see that find a home. That's been sitting there 20 years, waiting for you.
Resto crab. Oof. Six-win Vanessa. Legend player.
To dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobody.
Cutlass. Uh-oh. Oh god, that's a huge Julian. Jesus.
Lamb
Yep.
legs make you predictable. You move in straight lines. Each bounty gets us closer to victory.
That's still some chests, so that's fine. Do what we can, I guess. Pig. Enchanted or income start? Enchanted. Obsidian marbles. Toxic matchbox. I like obsidian marbles, actually. Yeah, try and get a fang. Unfortunate, useless item. It doesn't even shield, it only shields when you overheal. That is a crazy ass shitty item. We'll be getting rid of this quickly.
You'll win, and you'll win, but not against me.
Did not get a fang. Wow. 50% chance.
All things in moderation.
Oh, that's nice.
Medium is a size of dignity.
Come with no weapons, leave with big bargains. I'm so glad we could
Why
share
not?
this experience today.
Pig.
I should warn you, I'm not like other Jabarians. My dreams are too big for you to steal.
One region. Damn, that's a lot of ammo and damage. And he crit. 50% because it's deadly. I'm just dead.
Now that was invigorating.
I mean, really, what can you do? Alright.
I'm finished with fighting, but I can help you.
Okay, it's good.
I prefer action.
Now that's giving up the business.
Take that.
Maybe I'm getting better at this.
It's probably better.
Come on in. Let's chat. So, how about this weather? Oh, you're leaving. That's good. Now, if that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund.
Okay, that's pretty alright. Can this setup beat Warrior? I have to do 400 damage to him in like 20 seconds. That's tough to say. Yeah, we'll try. That's big. Hopefully we can find a furry friend. Oh, there he is. Furry friend event.
Reward the peaceful, punish the...
Wow, they just keep sending those our way. Since we're about to level.
If you're not growing, you're failing.
Oh, that's kind of nice. Don't have a property right now, but that is fine. Pig.
Noticed I'm huge?
It's too bad we haven't found that one property. I keep forgetting what it's called. I keep calling it like a bookshelf, but maybe we'll look out and find drum eventually. I don't know. It's a pretty good setup for drum.
Well, I'll admit, that was impressive. Now that's quality.
Few warriors live to retire. Buy my weapons, and you won't.
Halati's actually not
Go
bad
make some more stories. Then
once
come
you
back
upgrade
and
it a
tell
little
me.
bit.
And when you carry my weapon, I'll fight alongside you.
Should be able to beat this fight. Getting an extra fight here is good.
I've come too far to let you stop me.
Best safe weapons, blood. Hand them over, innit?
From here, probably the Uzi or the laser pistol.
Hey, just let me go, yeah?
Good lord. No thanks. Let's see what's on the docket for Sunday. Nothing right now that I want. So I guess we'll just wait on that. Oh.
It's all about
Gunpowder,
motivation.
but no
You gotta know
Uzi.
what you're fighting for.
Weapon to the left and to the left.
You had a chance at Damascus steel. Feel the difference? That's Damascus craft.
People first, profit 10.
Tool, weapon, property, apparel. At best, we have a ×2. Yeah, I can't really do that.
Maybe I should lower my prices. Small things remind me of seeds, acorns. Where's Mitchworth? Oh, did he see me close a deal?
Man. Never lucky.
This is a gift at any price.
Once again, medium large shop, no large items. I don't understand how that works.
Boring!
When we are finished, may I dissect you for study?
Like, sometimes it's nice when you find something that you want, right? Whether it be medium or large, because of how lopsided it is, but rarely does that kind of work in your favor. I'm just
Time
dead.
is long, but
Yeah.
I have none left for you.
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it. I think that suits you beautifully. Tell everyone you got it here.
Discounts for peace. I can feel our energies resonating. Use that for the good of all.
No properties, no drum. It's gonna be one of those today.
Pelago belongs to us now. Find the coral. We're routed. If the Elder could see me now.
You seem lighter. I think you had a breakthrough.
Just toss that on my back, and I'll trot it to your door.
Wow, still nothing. That's actually incredible.
Right. Back to business. Nothing I can do.
Oh man, my luck is not good today. It is in the fucking trash. Like, Jesus. Just not finding any items that I need.
Big for you to steal.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Like, I understand that the pool gets diluted with every single expansion, but like, it's so lopsided. I have like one day where I find everything that I need by like day 3, sometimes day 2. But then I couldn't even do 7 damage. Look at that. 7 more damage and it would have killed him. That is unreal. 7 more damage and he would have died. That's actually insane.
Small items, small people. I love them.
Here we go.
I'm almost sure that was a good trade. I bet Quixel or Midsworth would like this. It's smaller than Quixel.
Well, now maybe we have to hope that we luck into another yo-yo. Yeah, I'll actually go for Sabretooth here. We could... Shiny Fang's not bad. Diamond Fangs is actually pretty good. Got neither.
The joy of more.
Because that's how things work. Okay, more ammo. That's pretty good.
Any good fights lately?
Use it well.
Good upgrade. Just need to get that to diamond now. Nothing else, unfortunately. Okay.
Decide your destruments.
Well, there's the other thing that we were looking for, the showcase. Didn't find it until day 5. 28-hour fitness is also nice.
You're not ready to
We don't have
receive the
any
okay.
shield items though, so
Are you sure? Noticed I'm huge?
doesn't really work.
Go ahead. underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
Trebuchet with pearl. Mm-hmm.
Next time, boys, less blunder, more plunder.
Oh, and he had the overheal skill and the toxic weapon skill. And yet he has no poison items. Must have gotten that one early.
My battle days are over, but my weapons crave more. Enjoy the thrill of battle while you can.
Send me your huge items. Price.
Oh, it's a good pickup.
The Grand Society of blah blah blah.
This is actually an amazing pickup. Do I want to do that or do I want to do that?
There's fun size and then there's boring size. I only sell things so I can buy things. Huge things.
Sure. I think for enchants, we either want obsidian on this, or maybe restorative. Even slow, even heavy is really good on it.
Now that's giving up the business.
Well, good luck then. Temper, sharpen, reinforce.
More damage.
Ah, a friend. I mean, a customer. Happy to make a sale. Sad to say goodbye. Oh, hello. I mean, welcome to my business.
Nothing.
Feel my leaves falling.
I should warn you.
Okay.
Are you sure? Have you noticed I'm huge?
This looks like region. Curious. Okay.
Well,
Oh, looks like that didn't matter.
Lithic markets, just trade boulders. This, your coins are like dust in my palm. But thank you.
Yeah, not really much we can use for that. Non-weapons, huh?
Not war. Your honor guided me.
There's that thing again. I'm I'm actually going to save this one this time so that we can get 2 truffles at the beginning of each day. It's probably like the 5th or 6th ATM that we've gotten today, so it's way more than the average when I do a pig run. Well, way more than the average now. Now that bees have been effectively nerfed into extinction. Don't really see properties all that much.
If you're not growing, you're failing.
Shields, heal region. So we'll just go with gold overall.
I will train you
2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's a nice boost.
Back to our community. We Sphinxians thank you.
Actually gonna go to Curios so we can
Forms my rusty
boost
circuit.
more.
See that fine?
Oh, whoops. Oh well. This is good for the marbles.
Waiting for you. While you're doing your part to clean up the bazaar.
Oh, that would have been bad. Glad we did not do that.
Take your time. I'm pretty laid back.
Too poor for gumballs,
See that mountain?
unfortunately.
That's Paul. He might have what you need.
Okay. That's a really interesting pig skin. What was that horror movie that reminds me of? Like Midsummer?
I can see you're going places, but I'll be chasing you.
Oops.
You are amusing. Why so fight? Oh, it will be there
No
long after
drum.
you're gone, and so will I.
The bazaar's a crazy place, right? Maybe I'm not.
Man, these
It's all about
shops are kind of
motivation.
bad.
You gotta know what you're fighting for.
Oh, nice. Great. Yeah, finding bronze items at this stage is pretty difficult, so
Moving up in the world.
that's a nice 1 second cooldown for free. Let's value stack XP here. Nice. No space. Oh, got space now.
Welcome in, hon. What can I get you? Oh, delivery's free. I like the exercise.
That's like ATM number 7. It's actually unreal.
I would spar with you, but this leg. Oof. You'll be back, with bruises.
That's where a majority of our income has come from, by the way. Like half of it is literally from finding ATMs. like every other day or so or whatever.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobody.
Oh, there's that item I was looking for last time. Custom scope.
Defeat does not defeat me.
Too slow, buddy. Too slow. Guess that's here just for the 1 second freeze.
Come with no weapons, leave with big bargains. I'm so glad
Good
to share
pickup.
this experience today.
If the Elder could see me now.
Now you can see it like I see it.
Fire. Alright, yeah,
With the
fine.
fights lately? No
Ooh.
fortitude, stillness.
Great
I
pickups.
prefer action.
I wish.
You've just taken the first step toward good taste. Whoever said money can't buy class had neither.
I do like ointment, but it's not really something that works for us right now.
If you are too weak for Ryokon, the Sphinx.
Double income. Okay, 6-win pig.
I'm huge. I should warn you.
I like that the skins like clip into each other. Feel like Frozen Drum would be cancer? Oh, it is. It very much is. I've been on the receiving end of that. It is not great. Oh my god. That, whatever just happened there saved me from getting one-shotted in the face. Because that was at like 5k. Incredible. Let's go dig site. Maybe we can find something fun in here.
Dunes? Where shall we start?
Turbo 24-hour fitness. Oof. Interesting. That is almost like a DIY drum, but also for shield. Pretty neat. You know what? Yeah.
The Cretaceous era?
Greetings.
Fiery 24-hour fitness.
Fire's not for everyone. Perhaps you're more of a frostling.
I think we're alright against the Void Colossus. Our scaling should be fast enough. Yeah. Wow, blew up the drum too. What a dick.
Not all Jabalians are pacifists.
When you burn, charge a shield item. Ooh, okay.
Now that's giving up the business.
That's cool. Cash cannon.
I'm a people person, and sometimes I sell stuff. Maybe if I got any goods.
The smaller the portions, the finer the meal. You want to buy that? I mean, excellent choice. Remember, diamonds come in small boxes.
These two together are really awesome. If you can get pretty much all of your items on your board above 10 value, or just at 10. And then this shield enchant on a weapon goes galactic, yeah. Well, I'm gonna try and get that on the yo-yo.
I have faced 82 foes exactly like you.
With that passive,
People
yeah.
are a pattern.
Uh-oh, this is crit. Shiny magic carpet. Yikes.
The lesson you learned today, I learned a
Life steals too much. Two prestige. Okay.
Hello, little sentient. Business. I will play this game with you.
Size dilutes the brain. Mind is highly concentrated. Oh, I understand. Class isn't for everyone.
You seem like a nice person. Maybe too nice. If you're not growing, you're failing.
Uh-oh. Okay, the last time that happened, I was rolled back, so I hope not. Okay.
You gotta know what you're fighting for.
Feel the difference? That's some masking craft.
How do you hugelings use these things? Okay, now sell me something. Something huge. Fine, here's some gold.
Yeah, skills. 5 damage. Should probably triple it now. Yeah, triple income.
My people.
And a Vanessa.
Boring.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen
With
my share of
Bloodhound.
storms.
And it's a slow build. Shit. Turbo Lighthouse. That's bad.
Bring her about!
Oof.
I've got another salvo in me.
Blaze it. mighty power of the drum.
All things in moderation. Life and business.
Damn.
Right then, off you go.
I would spar with you, but this leg. Oof. I
Really?
hope you live long
All
enough
right.
to reconsider.
The elder could see me now.
Ah, too bad this didn't have the obsidian enchant. That would have been really nice. Do I have any tools? Sure.
A non-spacey could learn that. Impressive. It's all about motivation. You gotta know what you're fighting for.
I can only sell these if you listen to their lore. Should only take a week. I know you will use that against me. That is, you'll try.
Golden spiky shield. Oh, 9-win dually. That's actually a pretty big rarity, although we are up against a diamond player. Weapon core, flamethrower, atomic clock. Ooh. Damn. Caught up a little bit, but that's insane. That's an insane amount of burn. Fiber optics too. Shit.
Space is my canvas, and time is my paint. From mundane to magnificent.
Also fire.
Hard to stay positive.
Few warriors live to retire. Buy my weapons, and you might. I respect Nufu, but bare hands are not enough.
Oof, no.
Yes, I will.
No, thank you, Void Golem. Knowing my luck, you'll just blow up the drum.
The Outlander way is truth. Someday you will see.
Would be pretty funny, though. Oh, thanks.
Food is life. Our bodies are just containers for it. I bet you feel amazing right now.
Medium and large? I'll just get region.
The joy of more.
Skills, yeah. Crit. Sure.
I have seen such talent once before, and it bloomed
Pig.
into a din.
9 wins. Also drum?
Too big for you to
Tent. Freeze. Oh, wow.
And I still lost.
That was a neat build.
Moving up in the world.
I think if I was any other build, I would have died. So maybe that wasn't super bad. You know, it'd be nice if I got the skill that's like you gain damage equal to the amount of gold that you have.
You're listening to your
That would be really cool.
That's good, I guess.
Gumballs. Yeah, gumballs. Unfortunately, has to do it this way. Pretty much all good, though. Okay, I think now we can beat Octopus. Right? So, I guess level 17. Yeah, there we go.
Believe you'll win, and you'll win, but not against me. Now that's giving up the business.
If you are too weak for Ryokon, the
6% crit. How about that?
The smaller the portions, the finer the meal.
It's too bad we never got Diamond Fangs.
Are you sure?
Nessa.
Noticed I'm huge?
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Shark Ray. With lifesteal. No, he's got 10k life too.
You fall like a boulder. I flow like the waves.
Well, that was a good try.
Yeah, most Jabalians will never do this feat.
It's our best run so far. Good job, Pig. Good job. There's that visual bug. Okay, so 7 wins was 1 pip on there. We're almost at diamond, which is pretty nice. Oh, we're over 10. Let's pull some more.
Some call
All right,
me
Mac,
mad,
let's go.
but I will outlive all who judge me.
Enchanted item. Restorative barbed claws. Smelling salts. Toxic venom. Sure.
Come with no weapons, leave with big, huge
Okay.
for the good of all.
Slow.
Your aura guided me to what you needed.
Well, I know what we're going to try to run. Whether or not we can actually get it is one thing.
Disgusting creatures.
Okay, we need to get some kind of engine going as far as some items.
I only sell things so I can buy things. Huge things!
If I don't have what you need, I'll help you find who does.
It's
I
good.
think you're really gonna enjoy that.
Restorative hourglass.
If it's not right for you, bring it back. I want you to be happy.
Okay, we can kind of make that work, I guess.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Katana and shovel. Wow. Oh, silver shovel too. Jeez.
Defeat does not defeat me.
Alright. Yeah, we really need to look out for that. Trying to find that one item. Extract, heal region. Probably eventually get a moose staff too.
Another step forward on my path.
If you're not ready for my training, I'm not sure where else to send you. You picked that up quickly. Maybe I'm getting better at this.
Double heal is nice.
People first, profit 10th.
It's also good. Do we beat Warrior? I don't know. We'll give it a try, though. If I can get enough region on me, it might be okay. Plus, we do have stacking damage, so. Nice crits. Yeah, it looks like we'll be alright. We don't have anything for Furry Friend if we run into that event, though. Oh, we actually have food, so I'll keep that just in case. Sharpening stone, yeah. Oh, there he is.
After all these centuries, there is still
Level 3, very good. Hourglass.
I seek the ultimate secret. Will you let me any closer?
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobody.
Ooh. Restorative catfish. Looks like we'll be alright.
My crew says at the bar. Another round.
That's hilarious.
Delightful to see you, darling.
Damn.
No doubt meeting me was treasure enough.
Reward the peaceful, punish the warful.
Okay, come on.
You are enough, friend. But I'm glad you bought this. I win! Oh, we haven't started yet?
I mean, it's slow, but it works.
But the Bazaar will go dark without
Just wish the
me.
damage scaling was better. You find like toxic weapon or something.
You've just taken the first step toward good. Tell everyone you got it here. Shall I gift wrap it for you?
With each new discovery, the formula of life is revealed.
Well, good luck then. The fire softens, the forge strengthens. Remember that.
It's 15 now.
Nothing tiny, nothing huge. All about moderation.
Man, like, are the items that I'm looking for, do they start at silver? Maybe that's why I can't find them.
You remind me of someone I fought last century.
Go ahead.
I think they start at silver.
It makes this more fun.
Because I'm looking for the injector and then that one cloak thing. Oh, I'm just dead here.
I painted my ship red.
Just whatever weapons, Vanessa. With the gold skill, left-handed 40 damage. Wow, shocker.
Curio sells junk. They don't make these like they used to.
Welcome to Gigamart. Can I help you find everything? If you buy one more, I might get promoted. No pressure, though.
Sorry about that.
I can play you the banjo, or I can play you the knife. Your choice. Dead grassers remember. You gonna meet my cousins.
What? Ooh, that's a nice... That's a good pickup.
Hear my sister's laughter.
Ooh. That's perfect too.
There are a lot of steps in this staircase, but it's beautiful up there.
That really became something there. Yeah, let's go further. Stack more damage.
Discounts for peace.
Damn.
I feel like you're not being fully present with me.
I think the two items that I'm looking for fall under tools, so there's a tool shop I'll probably try to visit. Now that silver items are on the docket.
impressive.
Weapons. Not really. Ah.
Cast aside your dextroments! I can feel our energies resonating. I'm so glad we could share this experience.
I think kind works as like a placeholder, but I'm gonna switch these two out eventually. Maybe even this.
I could use a strong arm like yours.
The Bazaar has many secrets.
Never the
I will
skill.
uncover them all.
Oh, for a second there, I thought that was the moose staff. I was gonna freak out.
Send me your huge items. Price? Don't care. Okay, now sell me something. Something huge.
The Bazaar's a crazy place, right?
Man, just
Maybe I'm not cut out for business.
too many medium items, I guess.
Why must we do this? Death laughs at us both.
My people believe in peace. Boring!
Cures. Silks. Okay.
I can see you're going places, but I'll be chasing you.
Very nice. Very nice.
You don't have time not to buy this.
Turbo Fire Claw. Wow. And it's gold. It's crazy.
Look at this. You'll be so fast now.
Okay, that's one piece. Still have to find the other one.
I pay well for mid-sized things. Reasonable. You're worse at buying than Quicksilver's at selling.
okay against the lone shark, I think.
Temporarily.
My mind glows. I see everything.
My work is for the glory of Samaska.
I think we actually want to switch out the Ouroboros for the Quillback. That'll work better in conjunction with the Adrenal Converter. Skill upgrades aren't really worth it. Weapons might be worth it if we can find a staff. There it is.
Enjoy the thrill of battle.
Alright, because no matter what, both 30. Okay. I mean, we still have healing, it's just not as effective, but that's fine. What we really need is the, what's it's called? I think the injector, something like that.
You are a child to me, and I will punish you. I will fight you, but only so that I can study you.
If we can also find the toxic weapon skill, that would be nice.
If you think you've hurt my feelings, I assure you I have none.
We probably also want to find a mace. Yeah, kind of like that. Okay. Yeah, now it's really imperative that we find the injector.
It's terrifying. I guess I made a sale.
Come on in. Let's chat.
No injector, huh?
Maybe I should lower my prices. My power burns hotter, melting away impurities.
Hello, Wriggle. silver. Hopefully we can find an upgrade along the way. There it is.
I used to offer a free ride home, but people thought it was
Okay, so we'll want to do something like that.
As a GSM and master merchant, I can sell you things.
Can you use Quillbore again? I don't know.
Oh, Smurf is gonna yell at me.
I seek the ultimate secret. Will you get me any closer? When we are finished,
Guess we'll just
may
leave
I
it at
accept
that.
you for study.
Oh god. That is not good.
Every failed experiment lights the path to success.
Just keeps finding its way back to me.
Welcome in, hon. What can I get you? Just toss that on
Well,
your
hello
back,
there.
and I'll trot it to your door.
Fancy seeing you.
I'm finished with fighting, but I can help you finish a fight. The Bazaar is not kind to the weapon.
With enough power, I will defeat death itself.
I mean, the whole build is really good, but I think what really makes it is the restorative barbed claws. Like, if I didn't have some kind of healing counteracting the poison and making sure that, like, anything aside from, like, a one-shot doesn't just do exactly that, it's pretty much the best that we can kind of ask for, really. Coincidentally.
You're huge. Do you have any huge items?
Hello, welcome back.
The huge things.
Okay, we've got a dually. Shield dually, ooh. That's interesting. I'm not gonna lie, I don't understand this build. This looks like random bullshit.
merchant or something. Buy from Barsoon instead. He actually cares about this.
Another step forward on my path.
I like shield. Do I like it better on this or this? I know shield doesn't help me directly because I'm poisoning myself, but it will help against burn and gigantic damage. Potentially. Can probably beat this guy. Cloak. Sorry, no room for you, buddy.
Size dilutes the brain. Mind is highly concentrated. Ugh, window shopper.
After all these centuries, there is still more to learn.
Ooh, yes. This is gonna be real good. Last time I had the diamond version of this and it just made the build go crazy.
My battle days are over, but my weapons crave more.
Damn.
I hope you live long enough to reconsider.
You remind me of someone I fought last century.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Dragonheart, uh-oh. Longshan. Oof. Crit at 25%, what the hell?
You've got talent. You should put it toward nobler use.
Ah, yeah, Desperate Cleanse. Okay.
I'm a people person, and sometimes I sell stuff. Buy,
Oh, man.
buy, as long as we get to hang out.
I just want to find some upgrades. That's a good one. Maybe.
Stop resisting.
Love that new effect. So good.
With each new discovery, the formula of life is revealed.
Palanquin. Oh man.
Discounts for peace. You're not ready to accept the light, and that's okay.
If you knew my true purpose,
3-win Vanessa
you would
has
stand
died.
aside.
So they have an extra enchant on us.
Legend on Pelago.
Slow builds. Okay. Start building that shield. Oh, come on.
Without strength.
What the hell happened there? Icy Illusio Ray. Heavy shot glasses. Oh. Don't really get how that's 3 wins, but alright. Something like that can just shut out, like, one of the best general Mac meta builds. It's actually kind of surprising.
Take your time. I'm pretty laid back.
I just don't have the space. Sounds nice, though.
It's been nice talking to you.
How do you hugelings use these things? On behalf of the Grand Society of blah blah blah, bye!
I have 50 worlds to rule. I have no time for this. I have many enemies. Now I have one.
Closer and closer. I can hear my sister's laughter.
I respect loyalty, but Kev's not here. Temper, sharpen, reinforce.
The smaller the portions, the finer the meal.
Nothing? Okay. Yeah, let's see what skills we got.
Are you prepared?
Prove toxins. First time you slow. Fewer than 5. These kinda suck.
If you seek the violent path, Ayla is your teacher.
I have faced 82 foes exactly like you. People are a pattern. You are a child to me, and I will punish you.
Femur. Shiny femur. Uh-oh. Oh, and he's got lifesteal shit.
I take no apprentice. None have proven worthy.
That's a crazy high roll.
I have seen what you become. I show you but a glimpse of your potential.
So close to failure. I must rise up.
This should be fun.
you have to ask the price. You can't afford it. Whoever said money can't buy class had neither.
Stop it, game. Just stop.
The Bazaar has many secrets. I will uncover them all.
You've learned much today, but there is so much more.
That's funny.
Not all my subjects survive my experiments.
Ah, a friend. I mean, a customer. That's okay. It was nice to see.
No upgrades. Skill, please. Something decent. 10% crit. 32% chance to crit. I mean, Regen can crit. Sure, why not? Hmm. Seven-win Vanessa has died.
Death laughs at us both.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Ooh. 99% crit.
Next time, boys. Less blunder.
And it was radiant too.
Blunder.
Alright. Hello, replay button. Please go away.
I would never debase my wares by haggling. Ugh. If you want cheap junk, go see Curio.
Why not? Let's treat ourselves to some gold chocolate.
Stand down and submit to cryofusion. It's so cold.
Sale, no sale. I want what's right for you.
Come on, just find some stuff that I can
You might
use.
try JJ's shop.
My mind glows.
Freaking shops have just been useless. My gosh.
Feel the difference? That's some masking craft.
I'm a people person, and sometimes I sell stuff. Maybe if I got better goods.
What a joke. 9-win Vanessa.
We're out to dethrone
Same
the king,
bracket.
not to squabble with no one.
Basically, no matter what, this is it. Deadly Katana. That's That's scary. I think we've got this one though.
You've got talent.
Yep.
You should put it toward nobler use.
Clutched it. Good job. Ah, ×3. Oh. Scary.
I can feel the foundation humming beneath my feet. Such.
Alright. Got a 10-piece. Let's go. I believe that's 3 points. It might just be 2, though. No, it is 3. Yeah, once you get to diamond, you can only get 2 points. You get nothing or 2. And I think the only way you get 2 is by getting 10 wins. So it's very, very difficult to level in diamond unless you're extremely good and or lucky. It wasn't too bad. I think... Do I want to do one more run? I'll do one more run.
Some could.
Vanessa, Pig, Mac, Dooley.
I'm here
I'll
to
do a Vanessa run.
and drink grog. And I'm all out of grog.
Gold skill or enchanted item? I'll go with enchanted item this time. Shielded Yeti Crab. Fiery Narwhal. Ooh. Deadly Illusory. Adjacent friends have 50% crit. Well, if I go Yeti Crab, I'm going to be looking for poison stuff, like the depth charge and maybe catfish and or pufferfish. If I go narwhal, that means I'm looking for weapons. I'm gonna go crab. I actually like crab. It's just really hard to get crab off the ground a lot of the time. Wow.
Buy from Barcoon instead.
Okay.
He actually cares about this.
Alright, this is... I don't even know how to begin. Wet crab got no friends for the crab to be effective with. Okay.
Waste of gunpowder.
The Bazaar's a crazy place, right?
Okay. Come on, game. Like, what are you doing here?
So, how about this weather we're...
You give me no aquatic friends. None. Like, what?
Reward the peaceful, punish the war. I can feel our energies resonate.
Go ahead. Underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
If you knew my true purpose, you would stand aside.
Uh-oh. It's a lot of poison. Okay, I was like, I feel like I'm gonna lose.
This is nothing to me.
Claw.
Let's take the tyrant's whole kingdom!
I spent half my life mastering that technique. So, like, 9 years.
Question of the day, do we beat Warrior? 400 HP. Assume this doesn't crit. 50 plus 80, 130. 150, 160. And then have 110 repeat after that. Plus shield. Plus poison. Let's give it a try. We kind of have to if we want to make level 3. Just have to go for it, but did not crit. Okay. Probably dead. Yeah. Damn, 40% crit, 30% crit, never crit. Well, that's a huge setback. Shit.
Sale, no sale. I want what's right for you.
Another glass, sure.
It's free. I like the exercise.
That could work. We currently have nothing, so income, alright.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
I will fight you, but only so that I can study you.
What the hell? Calcinator, toxic retort, and retort? What the fuck?
Fight me again. I must repeat the experiment.
What a board. Wow. Okay. Mr. Richardson.
I would never debase my wares by haggling. Ugh. If you want cheap junk, go
Full sail, my boy!
Hover bike, Challenger.
See that plank? Walk it.
That's a nice pickup, actually. Silver items.
Lovely this time of year, don't you think?
Eels. I was really hoping for what's it's called? Pufferfish. Never lucky though.
Quark Fable gave that to me on our first date.
Make deals, not war.
Lighthouse.
I feel like you're not being fully present with me.
Go ahead.
Gaming Gamer HD.
Makes this more fun. My fight isn't with you.
Let's go.
If you insist.
Burn. It's a lot of it too.
Land legs make you
Yeah, too much burst.
You move in straight lines.
Too much shield to go through. Silver items again.
I can sell you these bubbles, but my gossip is worth more. That looks fabulous on you.
Ride that tide!
Don't tell me Ford is your Smith. That guy is temper, sharpen, reinforce.
Hexa. Can we beat Hexa? I don't know. That's a lot. Just got 900 HP. Sure, let's try
Who
it.
programmed me? I did. I'm a Hexa.
Disabling
Yeah.
assistant for 1
Looks like we can.
hour.
Quite appropriate.
Hello.
Hey, there he is.
I'm sure you sailors know how to use that.
And now we need to find
You
a
should know, I'm a bit of a
source.
legend on Pelago.
In 100 years when you are dust, I will remain.
Oh, that's a lot of burn. Wow. Yeah, I've lost this one automatically. Yeah.
I could teach you my power.
There's no amount of status that I can put on this guy that's gonna supersede my like anything. Yeah, that's super one-sided. Can't really do much about that.
Size dilutes the brain. Mind is highly concentrated. Tell everyone you got it here.
Now this is how you win a war!
Adira is our strongest. Oh, but oh, does he know it. Try Orlin. Or Nufu. Thanks for trusting me. I hope we can do this again.
Oops.
Buy, don't buy, as long as we get to hang out.
Yeah, we need to find like dive weights, depth charge. And maybe what's it's called? Oh, that's nice. God, why am I blanking on the name right now? I don't know. Let's transform. Of course. Reconnecting, but never actually reconnects. Whoa, I am dropping frames like crazy. What is going on? Okay. Damn. Not the thing I was looking for.
Do you have any really small things? Quinksel or Midsworth would like this.
Okay.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobodies.
You do see these tusks, right?
Ah, showcase builds. Yeah.
No hard feelings, right?
The Bazaar's a crazy place, right?
Do you have to leave already?
Rally, men! Blades to the wind!
It's not what I wanted. Also not what I wanted. Yeah, there's no way we're meeting Lich. What's the horse? Sea Shadow. Reduce the cooldown of your other items by 10%. For this fight, increase this item's cooldown by 4 seconds for the fight. At gold, it's 3 seconds, and at diamond, it's 2. So it does that to all of your items. It's diminishing returns, but it's really, it's a really fun item.
Maybe a skirmish.
Yeah. And it's a friend and a vehicle. Haste, slow, and cooldown. Get a haste item. Damn. That is a haste item, but it's not... Who needs a horse on a boat, though? Well, I mean, you know.
Reward the peaceful, punish the war.
There it is. Okay.
Your aura guided me to what you need.
Okay, now we need to replace this with dive weights.
I may be young for a captain,
And we'll
but
be
I've seen my
pretty
share of
good.
storms.
You remind me of someone I fought last century.
Well, dive weights or, what's it's called? Shot glass. I'm dead before this gets off the
I
ground.
am
Yep.
seeking gold in a world of
I'm fighting the build that I had last game. I like the build that I have right now. It's just that it's too slow. Right now the meta is super fast, so it's very unlikely that you'll
The tyrant's whole kingdom.
Well,
get something like this off the ground. Unfortunately.
How do you hugelings use these things? I only sell things so I I can buy things. Huge things.
No dive weights in sight, huh? Fair enough.
This is war, and the enemy is dirt.
We also need to get more ammo on the depth charge, at least one more.
I would never debase my wares by haggling. Ugh. If you want cheap junk, go see Curio.
Horse, yep.
Ah, a friend. I mean, a customer.
Multicast for each friend. I don't know.
Maybe I should lower my prices.
We really do need more ammo, though.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
My dreams are too big for you to steal.
This drum, yeah. Alright.
You've got potential.
What are you gonna do? There's literally no counter to drum as aquatic Vanessa. You just suffer. Yep, sure.
Now this will inspire the crew.
Cast aside your deathstruments. I can feel our energy.
That works too. Assuming we keep surviving. We do not have enough for shipwreck. At most, we'd have 33. Sad.
Full sail, my boy.
If not today, tomorrow. If not this life, the next. Soon, I think you will be ready for Adira's training.
Okay. Well, now that we have a reload, that's nice. Of course, that's the one that you would slow. Makes sense.
as spineless as a jellyfish.
Come on then. Let's get this over.
We have really not been super lucky with any kind of ammo item. Let's attack. We have no weapons. Haste a vehicle. Charge a tool. Reload one ammo item.
Oh, I didn't want to sell that anyway.
Ride that tide!
Silver aquatic. Silver loot. Silver tier. Long John, very unhelpful. Also not helpful. Man, we really got screwed on ammo items this time around.
Makes this more fun.
I seek the ultimate secret. Will you get me any closer?
Femur, oh boy. Wow.
Share with me your secret.
Actually super surprised. Very odd femur build. Also, they misplaced a couple of items. They should have put the salts in between the incenses. That was a bit of a misplay. Probably would have died if they did that correctly.
I hope you find who does. Every item finds its buyer. It's a relationship, you know?
You're huge! Do you have any huge items? That's fine, don't
Yeah, not really.
It's over already. We barely got
Oh,
off
we have
Bazaar.
no heal. No heal. Find something in here. Okay. Wow, still no, what's it called? No ammo items.
Now you can see it like I see it. Glorious.
Oh. Toxic pufferfish. Sheesh.
I would tell you who sent me. A predictable choice, but so be it.
It's a pig, 4 wins, day 9. I'm gonna assume drum.
Noticed? I'm huge.
Oh, freeze. It's interesting and weird. Obsidian yo-yo. Don't like that. Oh, yeah. That's just death. Yep. Does he have anything that cleanses? No, I just couldn't take the damage. That's pretty sad. That was really short. I don't really like that. Gonna do another one. Question is, do I want to do another Vanessa run, or do I want to play a different hero? I haven't really had that much luck with Vanessa today. It's like no matter what I do, it's just kind of bad. I think I'll end off on a pig run. Enchant or income? I'll go income.
Cast aside your deathstruments.
Heal us, huh?
I can feel our energies resonating. I'm so glad we could share this experience today.
All right. Drone, Pyro. I think you can actually lose to Pyro now. My shield should be okay. Yeah. Since we got Kios early, I think I know how I want to build it, but we just need to get there. I think I'm gonna couple it with another item too. Well, there's a bunch of items actually that I'm gonna look for. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Nope. Good. Okay. All better.
Oh, come on then. Let's get this over with.
Ah, okay.
And that's how a master merchant makes a sale.
We take pride in our restorations. Our items have lived. They have stories.
Alright. Unfortunately, we're probably going to eat it for the first maybe couple of days or so. Wow, that is a really strong carpet. Jesus. Yeah, well, winning today is out of the question, so... Silver carpet, hourglass, gold strength starting skill. Hey, it is what it is, I guess. There's a property in here. That's nice too.
That's a bargain.
Did not find it, however.
If you're not growing, you're failing.
Okay.
Some are too proud to be trained by a child. You might examine that. It takes real confidence to let a kid train you. I'm impressed.
People here.
I don't remember their early properties in here. That actually counts as a property if we purchase it with a property in our stash. I'm actually gonna do that for now. Just kind of wait it out. Warrior. I don't think we can stall Warrior. The Scrapper is a maybe. Try the Scrapper. This might have been a mistake. Well, actually not. Just enough. One tick ahead.
Not all Jabalians are pacifists.
Yeah.
All things in moderation. In life and business.
And large.
I've got 4 legs because I carry.
Okay, we'll continue to wait so that we can build gold with that.
Go ahead. Underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
That's a lot of damage. It's crit.
All cannon, no ball.
Yeah, I was gonna say if I could survive the damage, then it's possible to win, but too much burst.
Look, it's okay to have a crush on me. I love everyone. The more you can hurt, the more we can hang out. Feel better.
It's all about motivation. You gotta know what you're fighting for.
Sure.
I pay well for mid-sized things. Reasonable sized things.
That is one of the items I am looking for.
So,
we're gonna go ahead and get that now. I'm also looking for Rice Baller, and there is a healing item that also ups the value of items in combat. Should be better here now. Should be a lot easier. Here we go. Yeah, so anything that works off of value scaling is pretty good. Silver. Transform. I'm gonna try transform on this. Wow. Gold yo-yo. It's actually pretty good. It's just that we don't have damage scaling, so kinda useless right now.
My people. Boring.
Drill ignition core. Okay. Well, unfortunately, my build is extremely slow, so I'm just gonna lose. Yeah. Early drill is basically impossible to beat, regardless of what their record looks like.
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it.
I'll get ointment.
Smart one for your size.
Bronze item.
Well, good luck then. Feel the difference? That's some masking craft.
Right. Back to business. Large items, small items, grotesque excess. Oh, you gonna squeal like a sprig in a hay trap.
Right.
Bazaar folks strutting around like you own the Outlands. Now get!
scales? I can forge some for you.
It might be just as fast. How's it going? Trying something different on Pig. It is going rather poorly. So we'll see.
Bring her about! I've got another salvo in me.
I think my problem is that I pretty much only play dually. I mean, you know, you play with the characters that you like.
Elder could see me now.
I don't think there's anything really wrong with that, you know? Oof. All of these skills are kind of shit, to be honest. Don't know if I'm going to change that. Yeah.
Come on in. Let's chat.
So, how about this weather?
Oh, you're leaving.
Is a property, but all right, fine.
Now, if that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund.
Economic
Mr. Pygmalion, a man
is a
who
tool.
understands business.
You sell another non-weapon item. This gains 12 shield. Your non-weapon items have +1. $16. I think it's a little late for Scarf, though. That's the thing. +1. Yeah.
I bid you farewell. I made that same investment once. I'd say the results are evident, wouldn't you?
Come to lay gold by water.
Shogun always
Very cool, just not for this build.
The company's owner. You came all the way here. Might as well stock up.
Ah, the joy of more. Bring it in.
Hey, look at that spiky shield.
Are you sure? Noticed I'm huge?
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share.
Looks like weapons. Yep.
You fall like a boulder.
Look at that. All of my items about to go off, and I still lose. God. Like, Vanessa legit sucks. Like, I hate fighting her.
And stupid.
It is unreal
Sylvia
going up against her.
But no taste. Oh, that silver. That's a 24-karat decision, my friend.
Some engineers fix things. I make the things they fix things with.
Man, that reroll is too expensive.
Every day. Maybe next time.
Like, normally Pig would be good for it, but I've just got no income scaling this entire game.
I've come too far to let you stop me.
I know you, Mr. Pygmalion, as shrewd as you are handsome. This will do well for you. I promise.
What a reroll.
You've planted a golden seed, my friend. Harvest will come soon. A wise investment, Mr. Pygmalion.
Now that's giving up the business!
Tightened, tempered, oiled, and tuned.
My dreams
Vanessa, huh?
big for you to steal.
Okay.
My fight isn't with you.
Weapons? Looks like it. Trebuchet. Oh boy.
Defeat does not defeat me.
It's kind of a surprise encounter.
If I don't have what you need, I'll help you find who does. Hey, that's okay. It's been nice talking to you.
The smaller the portions, the finer the meal. Ugh, window shoppers.
A visitor? How delicious. You got me, stem and all.
Damn. No poppy field. Burn items. Prove your burn. Okay. Enchant. Upgrade. Burn gains 3. 25% chance to crit. Wow. Okay.
If you're not growing, you're failing.
Double burn is good.
With a good enough defense.
I will take that for sure. Defense grid.
Like strength, but reversed. I should warn you, I'm not like other Jabarians.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Damn. I really shouldn't have gotten rid of that spike shield. Fuck. 15% chance to crit. Okay.
Like my crew says at the bar, another round.
The world is pretty scary. You might want smart.
What the hell? Shielded lemonade stand, 96 gold. Burrow. Who the hell would have that right now?
It's all about motivation. You gotta know what you're fighting for.
Ah, a friend. I mean, a customer.
Bees.
That's okay. It was nice to see you.
Ooh, that's nice, actually. What the hell is this? When you buy this, get a small tech hologram projector. At the start of the fight, transform into a gold copy of another small non-legendary item you have for the fight. Okay. Sure.
Are you sure?
It's like a new dually item that I've never seen before.
My dreams are too big for you to
And it's kind of cool. Oh god. Pretty much dead in either of those crits. Yeah, I'm just dead. Yeah. It's really weird. Oh, and he had bonk too. Okay.
I'm a people person, and sometimes I sell stuff. Happy to make a sale. Sad to
Could
say
turn into a
goodbye.
virus, yeah. Well, it's an item that I have, so... Isle's probably my best bet. The other ones will just fucking nuke me out of the sky. Oh, there we go. That's actually really nice.
Believe you'll win, and you'll win.
That was a good transform. I like that.
Could see me now.
Not a fan of the RNG-ness of it, but...
From mundane to magnificent.
Oh. Okay.
The Grand Society of Master Merchants welcomes you.
Fuck you, game.
Maybe I can resell this twine coins.
Of course, you send me drum when I do not need it. It's actually unreal. Man, no rice baller.
Oh, a customer.
Shielded at Lottle. Well, I don't have scaling, so it just does not work. I'm tempted, but I feel like my luck would see that blow up immediately, so probably not.
Boring.
Ugh, drill. Jeez. Dead. This is dumb. You really just can't play fun stuff. Like, you just have to play soulless garbage in order to win.
Space is my canvas.
I hate it.
And time is my paint. The art flows through me and into whatever I
thrive under pressure.
Discounts for peace. You are enough, friend. But I'm glad you bought this.
Two XP? Sure, why not?
Come, let's release our joy and rage.
Nice.
To be a dervish is to be free. Join us.
Nope.
The joy of more. Bring it in.
If not for your letters, I never would have come here. I thank you. It's a whole new curriculum out here.
Oh, okay. Oh, I wonder what we're gonna fight. I bet it's drill or bugs or a combination of that, or bulldozer, DJ, bugs. Yep. Oh man, this is so not fun. Wow, look at that. One of two dually builds that everyone plays.
No positive attitudes. Come on.
Yeah, no, not today, Pig. Not today. Today was just a crapshoot. You tried to do something fun, and we got punished for doing it. We didn't even get chests at the end. Wow. Well, I'm kind of done, to be honest. I tried to have fun, but it just was not. It's just not fun. It is just shit. It's just shit. Well, we had fun for half of it, so there's that. But, oh well. That's just what this game has become, unfortunately. Just play garbage builds all day. Like, I didn't find any of the items that I wanted in that run. In the Vanessa run, I found the items that I wanted, but I found them too late. This is not good, man. Like, this is the way that this game works right now is just not balanced. Like, you basically have to have a perfect run almost, days 1 through 10, or you just lose. Like, if you don't win at least 1 or 2 rounds by day 4, like if you've just lost 4 days in a row, you might as well just give up. Because by then your build is too weak, you can't pivot, and everything else beyond there is just too much trouble. Like, you used to be able to get to day 10 and be relatively okay. But if you don't win by day 10, now you just straight up lose. And that's not healthy, it's not fun. The devs are aware, or so I've been told. At least as far as people that stream this more than I do have said. Like, the idea that your entire run is now basically, it boils down to whether or not you can beat Warrior on day 2, really sucks. Because if you just get a shit start, then your run is bricked and it's over. Like, can you imagine having all the knowledge that you have, knowing that if you can't beat Warrior on day 2, that your run sucks from that point moving forward? Like, there's really only a couple of, like, people that can even make something like that happen and can kind of ignore it. If you're doing just full weapons, Vanessa, and face roll the keyboard, you can probably ignore Warrior. Although Vanessa does have her own problems. Like, she's really strong in days 1 through 5, but if you don't scale from that point moving forward, then you basically get to day 7 and just lose the rest of your days. Kind of no matter what happens, no matter what you do, it doesn't matter what kind of a chance you get. And again, at that point, it's too late to pivot. So Mac kind of needs to run away from the beginning. Mac can afford to lose maybe a fight or 2. The problem with Mac is that a lot of his he's pretty much like Dooley, where a lot of his synergies rely on medium items, and there's a pretty big chance that when you do a Mac run, like, I know it's like all RNG, but I've had pretty consistently, like, not seen medium items that I've needed until like day 6. And you can't wait that long for medium items. Like, Mac is in a position where he basically needs to just build a strong board and then just kind of like take pieces here and there where he can. But in order to do that, he needs an economy engine, which means that on like day 1, you need to get something that produces lead and something that produces catalysts every day. And if you don't do that, your run's probably over. With Pig, the Pig run I feel pretty bad about, but I kind of played into a really bad situation. I was hoping for very specific things, and because Pig has a lot of medium items, the chances of me finding the thing that I wanted really wasn't that high. So yeah, that was my fault. I still feel bad about it, but I went into it knowing that I was basically going to brick my run from the beginning, just because Pig his pool is so diluted now that it's really hard to be consistent with a lot of things. I also don't have the best game sense for when I need to do certain things, so that was pretty bad. And then Dooley I don't even need to go into. Dooley just sucks. Like he does and he doesn't, right? Like, Dooley has a strong board from day 1 to 3. And then you either continue building that power, probably with bugs or drill or something like that. And then if you don't, you just lose. It's rare to see Dooley past day 7. If you see any Dooley past day 7, that means they have a pretty strong board, regardless of what their record looks like at that point. But Dooley is definitely probably the weakest hero of the current season. He's least fun to play, and got basically no changes in the expansion. I think they gave him 2 items, and they nerfed a bunch of his stuff for some reason. Don't know why. But because going into the season, he was already kind of bad after the bugs, and then they nerfed drill. So yeah, not great. And then this current patch this week did absolutely nothing aside from server stability, which I guess is something, but from a gameplay perspective, it was just kind of a nothing burger. So, but that's kind of it for today. Pretty unfortunate set of matches. We did get a 10 win in there with Mac, I think. We kind of got his poison scaling, hit yourself builds going. So, yeah, I would definitely say up there as far as like the rankings that I can see is probably Mac. Mac is at the top, probably followed by like Pig, and then Vanessa. Vanessa might be above Pig, it kind of depends, but then Dooley at the bottom. So, unfortunate day, ending in sour note, but hey, it happens. I do want to say I appreciate y'all for stopping by as per usual. It is Thursday, so I'll be back next week on Tuesday for more of the Bazaar. I'll play more over the weekend and try to get myself more familiar with the meta. and hopefully I'll learn some things so that the next time that I stream, we can be a little bit more consistent and have a better time. But until then, please have a safe rest of your day and a good weekend, and I will see you next week on Tuesday at the normal time. Have a good one, and I will see you later. Bye-bye now.